And there we go. The microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to have you all here. And let's see. I'm trying to do things here to make it work better. This ain't working. All right, let's get rid of the big banner. Then we can stick it back up there in the top. All right. Everybody needs a tree. It's getting close to Christmas. We only got, what, 4 or 5 more days, depending on where you are. And thank you for the welcomes from Kevin Haynes. And I can hear you from Sharon Stewart. Thank you. And Hermione also said, welcome, Dr. Fox. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate it. In case I missed anyone in there, there's a lot of people chatting, so hard to tell who's saying what. So anyway, thanks, Leo. And Sue saying, hi, Doc, I hear you. Good. I hope you can. And I even remembered to turn the music on today. And Old Mummy of Hamsters is here saying, welcome, Uncle Doc. Thanks. And I'm glad to have everyone on board here today. So, yep, I figured a little bit more Christmas spirit is needed. That's why I threw the tree up there. But when we get going here, we'll remove that. And a few Lux from Luxembourg just flew in. We seen you scooting around Sicily there earlier. A few Lux. You must have stopped by and had a look at the volcano. At least we thought it was you. Kind of looked like your spaceship. Anyway, glad to have everyone on board today. For those who don't know, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and of course you are watching a VolcanoX, a live stream where we go over a whole bunch of different volcanoes around the world. Sometimes they're erupting, sometimes they're not. And it keeps us fairly well informed. Additionally, we look at earthquakes and also the weather and SO2 in the air and things like that. So it's all kind of part of that package, and hopefully you guys are going to enjoy the show as usual. Anyway, on screen is it's Etna in Sicily, and Etna is still continuing to have a lava flow coming from that fissure at 2,800 meters on the side of the mountain, and it is doing its thing, as well as there is also more flow coming from what I understood from the southeast vent. So I'm not sure how much it's flowing, but there's no cameras on it, so we can't tell. Anyway, that is what we've got going on. I know it's a little fuzzy, but it is what it is. They go out of focus every once in a while because of it being lava. Lava at night is always hard to film. That's one of those things. Yep, that's a part of the news here at the start. Sarah, there was a big earthquake, 6.4. That was just up in the northern areas of California. And we did have a peek at it. Let's actually bring up that map, and we'll take a quick look here just so you guys understand where it is. And that technically it's not going to create any tsunamis that we know of. I just want to back out here for a second. You see where it is? There's the Juan de Fuca plate. This area here, that's the Juan de Fuca plate. And of course it is subducting underneath the North American plate. And the earthquake in question is this guy underneath here, a 6.4, 16 or 15 kilometers south or west-southwest of Ferndale, California. And it was 17.9 kilometers down. Happened at 3:34 a.m. For those poor people. So that would have been in this area. And I think they definitely would have felt it over there, but you take a look at all the other quakes there as well. And these are a reasonable size, but some are bigger than others. 4.3 as an example, 3.1s, 3.2s, you got 2.4s, you know, and the list goes on. 2.7, this bigger one, 4.6 over here. So, yeah, Ferndale area, they shook a little bit. I don't know if there was any severe damage or not, but a 6.4 in that proximity, I think, would have likely created some problems because that is a fairly shallow quake at 17.9 kilometers. But it is a subduction quake, so that is from the subducting area here from the Juan de Fuca plate pushing underneath the North American plate. And you look at the amount, and they keep getting more tremors there. We've got 1.9, 1.8, another 1.7, and these are all new, and it just keeps piling up there. So I'm certainly hoping this isn't the precursor to the big one. We need to see, actually, along here, we need to see more in this area. So let me kind of reiterate that. Actually, it would be nice to see them along here as well, but we need to see more out in the back area here. And the reason for that is, of course, that plate is subducting, so it is curving downward underneath the North American plate. And when we see it where it is there, that could spring back up and create a tsunami, but not likely from where we see it. But the pressure of it going down, maybe we can keep an eye on Mount Shasta, which is right about there. And I would anyway. That is kind of an interesting area. So I'm not sure what to make of that, but we'll see what happens in the future in this area. We do have other faults around here as well, so all kinds of things that could possibly happen there. If we go to the other map, like a street map, we can see the fault lines right here and going along in here, and you see all these faults that they've got. Eureka area as well would be affected, and they definitely have lots of those faults in there as well. So yeah, it's kind of, unfortunately when you zoom in you lose that. Okay, you see that anyway. It's pretty awesome. I'm just hoping that there is no damage as per se, and that everyone is okay in those areas, and hopefully you know, nobody's losing anything just before Christmas, and that's always a very big hardship. We don't want to see anyone getting hurt. We don't want to see anyone losing anything, that kind of thing. So it is one of them things. Anyway, let's get on with the show. We will discuss those other things later. Anyway, we'll start out by first one in today is Henry. So Henry gets cookies. Got to just find that cookie jar. There we go. And there's some Henry cookies. And that is all good. So that is taken care of. And we'll get into saying hello to everyone right away. First off, hi to the moderators. Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, possibly Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies hiding in the background, as well as a few of the others like Joseph Fields or Lucas Snow, who knows, but you never know. We've got other moderators as well that only pop in once in a while, so anything is possible. Anyway, let's get at saying hello to everyone. So everyone have some cookies. Yep, you bet, Henry. And Brian, Perfectability999 is here as well. And Kevin Haynes and Sue Hayes, Hermione and Fluffy. And Leo Carlson. Wormhand made it in. Good to see you. Sarah Miles also here, and our wonderful Oz. Yep, 6.4 it is. That is a pretty rough, that. Sarah Miles, we got Sue, we got OFU Lux from Luxembourg flew in. Glad to have you on board. And yes, I can hear you, Sharon Stewart. And of course, Oh Mummy of Hamsters and Oz. And LOL, Gemma the Super Kitty, 3, C, and D. Okay, so that would be Claire and Dave. I'm just not sure what you've got on the that hat. Anyway, all cool and welcome. We got Leo. Yep, we got Leo. And still scrolling up here looking for more. Teresa is back in the house. Aloha. And who else we got? Sliding up here a little bit more and looking for others. Lots of people chatting. So Lizoid is back. And King Colin Deadman also made it in earlier here. So those were two of the people that couldn't chat yesterday, and Sharon Stewart, of course, was one of them as well. And I see YouTube has pretty much fixed that issue, I hope. Fingers crossed. Julie is also in the house. Welcome, Julie. And Jaris 993, welcome back. I haven't seen you for a while. Good to have you back on board. Joseph Puderer also here, and let's see who else we got. Sliding up some more, looking for more wonderful names. And Peter Greenleys, welcome back, Peter. And let's see who else we got. Sliding up, looking and looking and looking. We got Leo already. We got Linda Schoof, I hope I said your name. Welcome, Linda. I'm glad to have you on board, and I hope you don't get too much snow there. That stuff, snow isn't so bad though, you know, like 1 to 2 feet is a fair amount, but I think if you got the very cold along with it, like what it is here, right now in Edmonton, it is too cold. My van would not start this morning, and I have it plugged in now. I have a battery charger on it. I will try it after the show and see if it'll kick in. It's been pretty cold, and minus 31 C right now is too cold, really. It is. It was kind of funny because I was reading the weather reports from Atlanta saying, oh, you're going to have a high of minus 18 Celsius. Well, our high was a minus 31 Celsius, so they are off just by a little bit. Oh, Storm Chaser 1211 also in the house. Welcome. And who else we got in here? Just still scrolling up, looking for more wonderful people. Kevin Williams. And Kevin Haynes we got already, so welcome. Tom Dice and Pepper also in here. Good to have you guys on board. I already got Oz, and thank you, Oz. Let's see, where else? Still going up. Looking for more wonderful people. Boy, you guys sure chat a lot. Let's see, what else we got? Who else is in here? Diane Craig. Diane Craig, welcome. Tetra, welcome back, Tetra. Glad to have you on board. And let's see, who else? Oh, no, that's as far as I can go. We got Perfectibility, Brian, 999. There, all right, and yep, that's as far as I can go. I'm sure there's others on the bottom I probably missed, like, well, I got Oh Mummy of Hamsters. Oz starts out by gifting a membership, and Do Free got it. Oz gifted one, and way to go, and congratulations to Do Free. So that is very cool, and thank you very kindly, Oz. That is very generous. I really do appreciate those, and that is quite awesome. And let's see, yeah, we haven't seen Free yet, have we? He's got to be around here somewhere. It's probably in the Lurkers Lounge, chomping down lava cookies. Anyway, that's all right. We'll see. I'm sure he'll be along. And let's see what else we got cooking here. So let's start out with going over to our Iceland and see what else we've got happening there. Let me get on the right pages here. It's been a challenge a little bit today because I had to reboot again. Golly gee, updates. Why do we get so many updates? You know, if it isn't Microsoft, then all of a sudden it's the browser wants to update. And then if the browser doesn't want to update, it's my streaming software wants to update. And it just keeps going. And, like, why do they do that? Why can't they make something that they don't need to update every week? Wow. Anyway, they keep saying they're making it better, but I don't know about that. Anyway, let's go over to Iceland rather than me griping about updating. And let's see, first thing that we will look at is a foggy view. There you go. That is a foggy. I love it. You see these two blinky towers over here? Well, and these lights? Well, that's the lights of Grindavik, and those are the two radio towers for the Navy guys out there. And the occasional plumes that you see going by are from the vents over here from, what do they call them? Geysers, where they have the steam coming out of those. Anyway, let's back that up so you can kind of get an idea what it looks like during the day. And today is really not a good day to be looking at that because it's horribly cold there. And you see all that snow? Oh, wow, Iceland is living up to its name. So it is. An update for Leo. That's absolutely right. It's an update for the update, which corrects the previous update's update and continues to update your system. So if you haven't updated that yet, they'll have another update for it, which I'm sure will be within a day or two. So we will continue to update. And they say, oh, but it runs seamlessly in the background. Well, hang on, seamlessly, why does it need to turn my computer on and off then? Or off and on? If it is in the background, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Anyway, never mind. Just me. Very icy looking there. I'm going to put that back on the live position, and we'll go over to this shot. So, not a bad looking city scene. We do see our blue beacon and the green one going by as well. There's the blue, there's the green, and that is pretty cool. And of course, that is the Don't Hit Me beacon on top of the Perlin Center. And here's a daytime shot. Gives you a pretty good idea of what it looked like there today. And wow. Leo, thank you very kindly. I'm going to write that down. Leo Carlson. Okay. And thank you for that wonderful super chat, Leo, for $14.99. That is awesome. And it says, yeah, last work a day of the year. Looking forward to relaxing and enjoying the time off. Wonderful, Leo, and happy holidays to you. So just enjoy it. That'll be awesome. And all right, and thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat, Leo. That is awesome. Looking at what we've got on the other cameras, that one on the other side of the Perlin Center is froze up. and we don't see a heck of a lot. When we go back about 9 hours, we can't see either. It's all fuzzy. So we're going to leave that one alone. I'm going to put it back on live. Hopefully they will fix it. Next one, of course, is this beautiful shot of Katla. Isn't that gorgeous? Let's back that up a whole bunch, and we're going to go back about 11 hours and 50 minutes ago to try to catch a glimpse of what a Katla is looking like. Well, you can almost see it. The big ice mound over here on the right side of the screen, that is a Katla. And of course it is buried in snow and ice, and you can see it is not very pleasant there to look at right now. By the way, if Kim Raudenbush is in here, Kim, thanks for the candy canes. I just wanted to tell you that. All right, that is awesome. Anyway, this is all good. He booby-trapped my Pepsi cooler or something with candy canes, or so he claimed, and then he took off. But anyway, all good. This is what we were seeing, and of course later in the day it got a little bit fuzzier there, and a little cloudier. I think it was snowing over there some more. So not too much that we can do with that. We'll put that back to live. I'll put it back on this one and get that back to live as well. And there we go. And let's go over to our harmonic and tremor chart and see what we've got going on at Fragerelfjord first. And we'll refresh that just to make sure it's all good. Anyway, that major uptick stuff we were looking at yesterday unfortunately ended up with a downtick, and then an uptick and a not downtick. So I'm not seeing too much in our Fragerelfjord area whatsoever, unfortunately, and I'm not too happy, but hey, it is what it is, and we can't fix it. Let's go down to the Grindavik chart and just have a look at it real quick. And where are we? Right about there. So you can see quite a bit of heavy activity here, but it is not an upward situation. It looks like it's downward every time it came up. It was a little bit less. So I'm not seeing anything potentially moving there to erupt or anything like that. Makes you wonder what we've got. Let's carry on and take a look at the other ones that we've got. This one is Herdebreit, and Herdebreit is of course doing its thing, and lots of seismic activity here. You'd almost swear that that is an eruption going on. But I haven't heard of anything happening there, and we do see the bottom end of that is on a downward trend. The upper areas are still fairly high in a level, and makes a guy wonder what is truly going on there. Unfortunately, we have 0 cameras and only hearsay, so that is what we've got. Lewis Clark, welcome. Glad to have you on. Is it Louise Clark? My bad. Louise, welcome. Not Lewis. Louise. Oh boy. Put foot in mouth, wiggle toes. I'm sorry. Krisovic, there we go, and we see that one is headed downward as well, and not doing too much, but our other two are holding pretty steady here. So a little bit of activity there, but nothing showing. So I'm kind of thinking that we are not going to see anything major popping up or out of there, and we'll leave that be for right now. I'm going to put this back on our Fragerelfjord so we don't lose it. And one more. There we go. I got it. And we'll keep going here, and let's go over to the earthquakes. And now they've done something with their map a little bit. I don't know exactly what they've done to the map, but apparently they've got some kind of a pinpoint thing going on here with the red thing. Oh, they're showing that one out there. Maybe that must be the biggest quake on the page or something. That is probably what we're seeing. There's not a lot of quakes today, and that is something that is kind of, I don't know, is that worrisome or is that a good thing? It's hard to say, you guys. Really, really hard to say. Anyway, we'll start out with this guy since that one was the one that first came up. It was 2.44 in magnitude, 135 meters down, and that is, of course, below ground level. 4:59 was the time on it this morning, and that's a little ways out, so I'm not sure what we're going to see there in the future. We are no longer... Whoa, I clicked the wrong button. Darn it. Where's my map? There it is. Oh, what's going on here, Mr. Map? Alright, things are going the wrong direction here. Anyway, we were looking at the this area here with where the what do they call them? The steam vents are, basically. Anyway, there we go. 0.93, 6.2 kilometers down from 931. And then we've got this one here, 0.78, and that is 4.4 kilometers down from 1101. And a 0.53, 3.7 kilometers down, 8:53 a.m. for that one. And that is right on the peninsula. If you are not familiar with it, this is the capital city of Reykjavik. And of course, the town of Grindavik is down here where these other quakes are. And of course, there is Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Yardvik. And then if we zoom in over here, like I said, Grindavik is there. The radio towers are right here, the two that we've seen, and they are there and there. And of course, the Blue Lagoon is over here, and this is the power plant. So that gives you the lay of the land. Now, yesterday we had all kinds of quakes in that whole area. That has diminished a whole bunch and calmed down. So not sure what to really think of it, but we didn't see them move elsewhere. Let's just check a few of these. 0.66, 4.3 kilometers down from 4:16 a.m. This one is a 1.67, 3.9 kilometers down, 4:39. This is a 0.76, 3.6 clicks down, 4:01 a.m. This 1.09, 3.7 kilometers down, and 3:23 a.m. for him. And this 1.23, 3.5 kilometers down, and 3:28 is the time on it. This one from 3:22, 0.71, 4.1 clicks down. And then we've got a 1.13 in magnitude, 4.7 kilometers down, 5:01 or 5:02 this morning. And a big difference from what we had there yesterday. Thank you for the 5-minute warning. My brother is in Iceland now having an awesome time. It's his first time, so I sent him with all my maps and directions, special non-tourist places. Awesome, Louise. And did you tell him to eat lots of the Icelandic hot dogs because they are delicious? And I hope he doesn't have to leave there. I don't know if the airport has reopened yet, but yesterday the airport was closed. So anyway, that's what we've got over there. As far as our Ragnar area, Ragnar is right there. This is a Fragradalfjall area that we're in. And this is our little Siggy fissure right in here. And that's actually 3 little vents there, what they're showing. And Ragnar would be here. So that's kind of what we've got there. Nothing in that area. Looking at Krusevik is right there, and we don't see anything else happening there either. Not till we get over on the other side of the lake on the east. 1.06, 7.2 kilometers down from 1238 is what's there. Sliding over a bit more, we see this one. 1.87 in magnitude, 7.8 kilometers down, 1343. Then we've got a 0.3, 5.2 clicks down, and that is 1657. And a 0.2, very small, 7.8 kilometers down from 1654 for that area. And not sure, Hekla is not too far away from it, but I don't think I'd consider that in Hekla region. There's Hekla. Because Hekla would be right in there. So that's slightly over from Hekla. We don't see anything at Katla, or the unpronounceable name. And sliding up here a little bit more. Nothing at Grimsvatn. But up here at Bardabunga, we got a 1.77, 2.4 kilometers down from 1121. And then a small little guy, a 0.6. 1.2 kilometers down from 1934. So I'm not doing a heck of a lot. Hey, what happened to Herdebride? There's nothing there. Oh, darn, they took all our earthquakes away. And there's a 0.79, and that is 4.3 kilometers down, 9:03 a.m., a 0.3, 4.3 clicks down from 1636, and then we've got this very fresh 0.1, 4.7 kilometers down from 2353, and that is Astja, for those who aren't familiar with it. So Astja's whole area there, and Herdebride is this guy here, and this is where we were seeing all those swarms on this side and on this side, and nothing has become of it. Let's go up a little bit more. We've got a few more here, and then we can finish off with this map fairly quick. And great, Film 3, I got a new membership, a renewal. Excellent, thank you, Great Film 3. Appreciate that, and welcome back. 5:52 a.m., 1.97 in magnitude, 4.1 kilometers down for him. And let's close him off. There's another one beside it, 0.37, 3.2 clicks down, 6:13 a.m. for him. And not too much else up there. 1.26, 10 kilometers down from 1222. Then we've got 3 stacked up here, or at least it looks like 3. 1.1, 5.4 kilometers down from 2129. And there seems to be a 2 there, a 2.0, 5.6 kilometers down from 2041 is the time on that one. And then 1.6, 6.3 kilometers down from 2328. So that is all cool. And that's it. Oh, no, one more. Out here by the island of Grimsey. There's a Grimsey. And then we go over here and look, and that's a little ways away. A magnitude 1.57 at 10 kilometers down from 2:14 a.m. So yeah, that's pretty cool. That gives us all of our quakes there in Iceland today. Really nothing really major going on there. And it is a break time, you guys. So I am going to take a break. We're going to put you back over here to Mount Etna in Sicily, and that is live. And that is the lava flow from the 2,800 meter mark, the fissure that opened up there, which is continuing to flow and feed lava to give us some bacon to look at, which we really appreciate. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it. That would really help us out. Of course, we're trying to get over that 100 mark so the YouTube analytics can take over and do their thing. Also, for those people who are sitting on the sidelines, if you have not yet subscribed and you feel that the show is worthy and we've earned it, by all means give that subscribe button a quick pop. Don't forget to hit that bell notification. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in very, very cold Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it is, I don't know, it's so cold the bot doesn't want to work. Let's see, I think a minus 31 or something like that Celsius, and that's too cold. Minus 32 Celsius. Okay, I was close. I was sticking on the warm side. Anyway, it's horribly cold, you guys. So stay warm and warm up by the lava, and that'll be cool. I'm going to go take a break. Here comes some music, and keep smiling. Don't go away. We got lots more to come. Okay, and we've got that microphone back on. Sorry, C&D boy, I'm not going to be able to hand out the ray guns, and some people are a little too irresponsible with those. And the liability would be horrible. You would end up losing an eye or something. Anyway, well, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes and Leo Carlson, and Old Mummy of Hamster says welcome back Uncle Doc, and thank you Oz, and Hermione and Fluffy and Tom, and what, you're no fun Doc, sorry Tom, those lasers, they hurt, you know that, thanks Wormhand. And Scott Hartman just popped in. Welcome, Scott. Watch out for laser fire. Apparently, they've got some guns or something. Be careful. Anyway, let's get over to look at what's going on there in Sicily. Only moments ago, we seen what appeared to be some kind of a probe or something that was happening there. We've switched to the other screen, and I'm trying to get it, well, we'll see if we can get it back to where we've seen those odd lights. There was some lights over here, and I don't know if that's alien lights or what the heck is going on. That is something suspicious. We did see stuff going on there earlier. The scene appears to be some kind of a blue and a white light appearing and disappearing. And maybe it is some space invaders or something. And all good. Anyway, it's all, we're kidding guys. For those who are here, it's not aliens. At least not that we know of. They didn't announce themselves. Let's go back in time a little bit, see what it looked like there earlier. And that is, of course, with the camera pulled back. The lava spot, of course, being right there at the 2,800 meter mark. We do see some smoke coming off of this, and a beautiful silhouette of that smoke with the sunset going off behind it. But we look up top here, fairly blue skies, so they have got some nicer and colder weather. Herman, you think it was Yvonne? I was thinking of that too, actually kind of chuckling, because we haven't seen her. So I wonder, is she over there taking pictures? We'll find out tomorrow or later tonight in the show, at the end of the show. We'll see what happens. Anyway, that is what we seen from the one camera. The other one, of course, is this shot here. And if we go back in time about that same amount, or roughly thereabouts, roughly about 8 hours, 9 hours ago. Anyway, you can see this is where it's located up top here, that fissure, and the lava is flowing down in that direction. And of course, the smoke coming off of the top vent, as well as the southeast vent, which is behind this hill. And that is what we're seeing there. So pretty awesome. If we go back a little further into daylight, we do see it was cloudy, and that wasn't very much fun. So even earlier in the day, it was even worse. There you go. That was from about 6 minutes after 2 p.m. there. Let's see if we go back even further. 1:46, that's about as far as we can go back. So those clouds did disappear for the evening, and that is just about 5 p.m. Their time. So didn't look too bad, but I don't know. I'm betting that this thing, Mount Etna, is going to erupt the rest of the way as soon as Yvonne leaves, and she leaves in the afternoon on the 23rd. So in the evening, we should be able to see a wonderful display coming out of that. It's Murphy's Law, right? That's how it's supposed to work for her. But we'll see how things are. Oz says, Doc, where is the lava truck and Trev? Oh, I haven't seen Trevor yet. Hopefully he can get in as well. since everyone else that was not getting in is able to get in, unless somebody cannot get in. Trev, if you happen to be there, email me or something. Let me know if you can't get in. Anyway, that's all cool. And let's see, where else do we want to go? Let's go over, since that is in Sicily. It's pretty normal, or doing its thing. Oh, I see those lights again off there. They're doing some more probing or something. I have no idea what's going on there, but interesting nonetheless. And let's go over to our next one. I boo-booed that one. At least I can tell where we are. There is, we're on the island of St. George in the Azores. And of course, this is one of the town sites. I still haven't reloaded those pictures. I got to do that one day soon. This down here is the harbor that's all lit up. You can barely make out some lights on Pico Island over here and over here. But Pico Island is about 18 kilometers away. There's a strait in between here, water. And that is where it is. So looking pretty awesome. We're going to see what we've got for quakes and whether we've got any eruptions going on. This, of course, is the little cove we always look at to see how rough the seas were. I did look today. I wouldn't recommend going out there and boating. We're not seeing that much white water right now, but earlier that was just howling there. So I wouldn't recommend going. And let's see what we've got for quakes. And looking at what's on the list, we only have one earthquake on our list. And this one is a 2.4 from 2:02 this morning. And that is all we've got. Intensity of a shake, though, was similar to a 4. And Kevin Haynes gifted one membership. Thank you, Kevin Haynes. And Adele51 got it. Congratulations, Adele. So thank you, Kevin. I'm writing that down, Kevin Haynes. And thank you for gifting that membership, and congratulations to Adele 51 for getting it. That is awesome, and that'll be cool. Okay, so looking at what we've got, let's make that screen a little bit wider, and we'll look at the other map here right away. So that is the only one on the island of St. George, or if you want to pronounce it in Portuguese, it's São Jorge. São Jorge. And anyway, there we go. Let me refresh that. There are 3 quakes that I've seen, but let me refresh it just in case there's any new ones, and or if they took one of them off perhaps or something. But there we go, and zooming in a little bit, and there we can see the Azores. Of course, this is St. George here, Pico Island, Fayal Island, Terceira over here, and then Miguel Island, San Miguel, I guess, over there, or something like that. Anyway, 23 hours ago, 2.0, very close to the East Azores fault. And then, of course, the 23 hours ago, they're calling it a 2.7. The other map called it a 2.4, but it is the same earthquake. And then we see one over here on the other side. That is over on the European side of the plate, and that is 23 hours ago, 2.4. And that is what we've got going on. If we slide down real quick, we can see how deep they are. And the one on St. George, they're saying it is 8 kilometers down, and so that is pretty cool. And this one, let's see, this is to the west, if I'm correct, and that is the smaller one. It is 7 kilometers down, so pretty awesome. That is this guy here, the smaller one. So yeah, 7 kilometers down for that. And pretty cool to see that, but that's all we've got over there in the Azores. So nothing is blowing up, no eruptive volcanoes right now, unfortunately. And let's go over here. For Christmas time, I don't think they want any volcano eruptions anyway. We want them in some benign place where we can watch it and observe it without anyone getting harmed or displaced or anything like that. So anyway, Popocatépetl is next on our screen. Of course, there we see it just after a sunset. This is at 1850, their local time. This is live. And Popo has been doing its thing again, kind of puffing along and chugging away. And at times it has a little bit more get up and go than others. But for the most part, it's still fairly well behaved. I didn't see anything when I scanned through a few times here. We did have a couple of fairly good eruptions, but I don't think it really had any lava or anything like that with it. This one here at 1640 was one of them, and I hope that is still okay there. And you can see quite a bit of exhaust coming out of there. So you've got all kinds of ash and tephra gases and everything else in there. We didn't see anything because of this cloud. It's very difficult to see if there was anything being thrown out, unless this is something. Nope, that's a puff of smoke. Darn it. Anyway, I was hoping a great big chunk of lava flying out of there. It would have been nice. But that is kind of what we were seeing happening a few times today. And of course it was in the clouds a few other times. This one was, let's see if we can find the start of that. That's about here. And this is at about 1 p.m. or just before 1 p.m. Their time. And again, we see, you know, it blowing out a lot of ash and material like that, but not seeing that wonderful lava that we want to see. And that is kind of unfortunate. And of course, during the daytime, if there was any lava in there, it would be very difficult to see because the sun and you know, just kind of washes out what we do observe, unfortunately. And we'll slide back a little bit more, looking for others here. This one was a little bit darker and more of our direction, I think. Let's see if we can get that going. This at 9:56, 9:57 a.m. And you can see that popping out. Pretty awesome, but again, we're not seeing the lava down on the bottom here, and that's what I'm looking for. And I know that's what everyone else we want. You know, we want lava. We're not greedy. We want lava, just a little bit. Like, you know, enough to fill everybody's bucket up. But that one kept on going a little bit longer than the others. But still, we're seeing the cloud a little bit silhouetted. So what happens is it does appear darker on this side than it does on the other side, where you can see it is quite light yet, because no sunlight hitting it. Anyway, that kept on going for a while, and there were a few more of those. And we will go back to this morning's one. This was kind of like a double whammy here when this one did its thing. Very nice colors, 7:10 a.m. and it had just gone off and done something. And then we've seen another fairly heavy eruption, if you want to call it that. But again, we're not seeing any lava or lava flow. Did you get your email on Popocatépetl? Boy, did I? I may have missed it, Sue. Oh, I'm gonna have to read that and see what that is. Okay, this is the way to watch lava. Okay, now is what? Now this is the way to watch lava. I'm gonna have to look at that and see what we can do. Actually, Sue, I missed all of these. Why did I miss all of these? Holy mackerel, there's a whole bunch I missed in here, Sue, for emails today. Mind you, I was busy outside quite a bit trying to get my van going, so that is probably why I've missed some of that. Let me see. Yep, you sent 5, and I appreciate those. I'm going to have to take a look. Like I said, I was very busy trying to get my van running, so I did miss quite a bit, and I did have to redo the computer after the reboot and stuff. So we'll take a look and see what we can come up with there. If you know, there is some good stuff in there. I do apologize if I've missed it, unfortunately. We'll have to see if we can come up with something. And let's see what else there was. I don't think there was a lot. I did see some glow last night. There was some decent glow in the crater, but this morning we didn't see as much. You can see it light up right around there a little bit. So not sure what's gonna happen there, but I didn't see any lava pop out from when I did watch when I could, and that's about what we seen early in the morning, 5:58 a.m. So let's see if we can go back a little bit further. Yep, it allowed me to go back up to about 15 hours, but I don't see anything else happening there. And well, there is one little spot where it did puff a bit, but no lava coming out of there either. So let's leave it be for right now, and we will move on. The next one, of course, is a Fuego, and a Fuego is covered in clouds again. If we go to about here, we can kind of see it. No, maybe not. Almost. Darn it. Where is it? Let's see. It was hit and miss. It really was. There we go. Some more clouds zipping by, and wasn't the easiest viewing today of Fuego. I mean, here is one of the shots. This was from 11:52 a.m. And then, of course, a little earlier there we had some other ones. I believe about an hour earlier. And this one, 11:05 a.m. Back that one up for a second. Do we see any lava coming out? I don't see anything there. And a little bit of debris, but no lava as per se. At least not that we can see in the sunlight, unfortunately. And if we kept on going with that, I'm just advancing it 5 seconds at a time. You can see the plume growing bigger, and then less cloud output from the base of it. So it's giving bursts, unfortunately not that heavy. And I thought earlier in the morning, when I did look at it, I thought, yay, we're going to have a nice clear day there. But the volcano was not playing along with it. It said, hang on, no clouds, I can't erupt. And yeah, it was very, very little that we seen in there. This little guy blowing off the other way, unfortunately. And that is pretty shallow. I wanted to see a major eruption, but of course we don't get that option. And right now, of course, it is windy, and the clouds are zipping by, so every time we get the gray here, that is what's going on. Anyway, let's go down Central America a little bit more, El Salvador, and of course this is San Miguel, and that is one of the other volcanoes down there. It looked pretty good. I don't think it had any eruptions today at all. 1 minute to Pepsi time. Thank you, Sue. and that is pretty cool, and we should be well on the way for that. There's a little cloud. I don't know where that came from. Let's back that up and see. That is from the volcano, you guys. When we go back in time, it kind of sits right on top of that volcano, and you see there's no other clouds. It was actually a lenticular cloud sitting on top. That is pretty awesome, and we like that. So there you go. Spaceships, and there we go. Funny looking spaceship sitting over top of that volcano. And again, if we go back a little more, there you go. Lenticular cloud again, 8:30 this morning. And let's go a quick peek at a couple of stills. This is Momotombo in Nicaragua. That's what it was looking like earlier today. And let's see, that's what it looks like right now in the dark. This one is a Messiah volcano, and that one is pretty smoky right now, or it was then at, what is the time on that? 7:29 a.m. This one here, still stuck on 7:29 on yesterday. I guess they did not update the video. So, all right, that's okay. And this one is buffering. I don't know why. The other one's not visible. All right, we'll leave that be. I'm going to get you back over to our wonderful Mount Etna, Sicily. And let's see what's going on. Why is that gone small on me here? Nope, that is there. Oh, that's because it's on the wrong screen. How about that, sports fans? We'll get this back to where it should be. And there we go. We got lava. I knew it was here somewhere. Anyway, it is a break time, you guys. So for those good people who are here, if you're enjoying the show, please do bump that like button. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it is minus 33 degrees Celsius right now. And yeah, that's pretty cold. But I'm warm inside here. And anyway, when we come back from the break, I will have some bacon seeds that we can look at. And we'll go from there. So keep smiling and don't go away. Play nice in the lava. And try not to make a mess while I'm doing my thing. I'll be back. Thanks. go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. I'm glad to have you all on board today. And thank you for the welcome backs from Tom and Kevin and Sue and Sophie. And I'm assuming there's going to be more, but anyway. Screen got a little fuzzy, and that camera, of course, goes out of focus every once in a while. Thanks, Scott Hartman. That is awesome. We did say we were going to go over to the bacon seeds right away, so we'll take a look at those. But before we go there, I did open up the Popocatépetl petal one, and I thought it was kind of a nice picture, so let's share that one with you for a second. That one was from the 19th at 6:40 a.m. And that, I do believe we caught that eruption and made a little video of it, but that is a still shot, which is a lot better looking. So that looks pretty darn awesome, and I like it. So yeah, a bunch of bacon. And that's what we're looking for in these things, of course, to see the lava exiting the wonderful calderas there and coming out and flowing down the hills. Anyway, I did say bacon seed time, so let's go over there. I just wanted to share that one with you just briefly. And there we go. That is the last one from yesterday. Let's take a look and see what our wonderful Piggy has sent us today. And there she is as she's working on her emails. And of course, here's the first one. And looks like one is peeking around a bigger trotter. There's a whole bunch of them there, some little guys, but this guy is smirking, going peekaboo. And Wonky Donkey, welcome, Wonky Donkey. Glad to have you on board. And that is pretty awesome. So I like that little guy. He's kind of got a neat face, ears laid back, relaxing, and is doing his thing, peeking at the camera. So, oh, you like that, do you, Bob? Yeah, you know, when I first looked at this, I thought this was a frying pan, but then I realized it's actually just kind of a dish or a bowl where they have a food. And of course, what better place to sleep than in your fodder? And that is pretty awesome. So a couple of bacon seeds, having some naps, ate too much. Yeah, eat and sleep. Yeah, eat until you drop, and then boom, right there into the bowl. And that is pretty good. So that is awesome. And let's get to our next bacon seed. And shh, quiet. They're sleeping. These little guys are all sleeping and very, very tired. They must have had a rough day or something, but let's keep going and see what else we've got. And next one, be very quiet, we never know. Oh, no, he's awake. He's awake, and he's scooting through the hay or a straw. It looks like hay, actually, and that is pretty cool. And he's got some friends in the cage as well. And I'm hoping that they are staying warm somewhere because it's horribly cold outside. And hopefully they are okay. Anyway, let's, what we call him a Russell. Yeah, rustling around. And of course he's got the other friends in the background there as well. And I guess that'd be Russell 2 and Russell 3 and Russell 4 and Russell 5. Okay, anyway, enough rustling. Let's go over here. Let's all have a nap. It's always nice to have a nap, especially with your fellow piggies. And that is pretty awesome. And they're sleeping. Shh, quiet. don't make too much noise. They'll be okay. Anyway, our last bacon seed for today is this one. And these two guys aren't sleeping. That one on the right side there has got really cute ears. I like that. The way he's got his ears just hanging over and a smirk on his face. They're both actually smirking, so they do like it. Speaking of Russell, Russell is here. Russell, welcome. Did someone call me? Were you rustling around in the hay? Oh boy. Good to see you, Russell. And all cool. Anyway, that's our last bacon seed for today. Thank you very much, Piggy, for sending those to me this morning. And even though you've had all kinds of stuff happening, like your blood work results and all kinds of other stuff, so hopefully you're resting and that those vampires aren't going to take too much more blood for a little while, and you can relax a little bit more. Let's continue on and go to our next volcanoes. And I do believe next on our list of volcanoes was Merapi. And we want to take a look at Merapi. And let's see what Merapi is looking like. Merapi has a lenticular cloud on top of it. That is a pretty shot. I like Merapi. I want to see more of it, but I want to see lava, and that would be pretty awesome. So, yep, that is a very nice shot. 8:17 this morning. Of course, that is tomorrow morning their time, and that is what we were seeing. If we back up a little bit, about an hour earlier or so, 7:08. You see the hat was on a little bit tighter. But looks pretty cool and very neat to be able to see these lenticular clouds. And you know, you really only see them on top of volcanoes when there's some heat coming out of it. And I'm not really sure exactly how they form as of yet, but that is awesome. And I like it, and it looks cool. If we go back a little further and see what it looked like earlier, right at sunrise, 5:35 a.m., that is what we were seeing. Wasn't too bad. And if we go back a little bit more, this is 4:42. You see the lenticular cloud was starting to form. And down in this shot and down on the bottom here, you can see the moon, which is really kind of neat. It's either that or it was a UFO, one of the two. I'm going to stick with the moon theory or hypothesis, not a theory. Theory is something that's proven. So anyway, we'll leave that be, and we'll get a little further back. Just about 3 a.m. there. That's what it looked like. Not seeing any visible bacon, and that is kind of what we've got there. And nothing right there either. And moving over a little bit more, we still didn't see anything there other than a couple of the screens were buffering, and then prior to that, yesterday their time, which is actually our time now, or well, a little later than now, but lots of clouds. So that's kind of what we've seen there, but that is a really neat looking lenticular cloud. I like the sides. That is really cool. It's a very interesting. So 8:20 a.m. and of course that is what it looked like. Pretty awesome, you guys. Let's pop over to New Zealand and we'll have a look there. I wasn't going to mention that hairdo. What hairdo? Somebody's got a hairdo? Never mind. Ah, wise guy. Anyway, Mount Ruapehu, there in New Zealand, home of Grenzed. well, not the volcano, but New Zealand, and also Amelia lives there. If we go back in time a little bit, we did see it a few times. Well, you can see it a little bit there, but let's go back about here, I think. Then you can see it off in the distance. And let's see, there we go. And that is roughly about 6 hours ago. And we can see it in its full glory in the back there. And no close-ups, unfortunately, for right now, but you could see it very well. And this is a little bit further back, I think just about 7 hours ago. And no clouds. Love the sky. A big blue, clear sky. They haven't had that for a little while. So all nice to be able to see that. Really cool for them. And what was dawn like? Even earlier in the morning there. Yep, the sun coming up. And that was 5:42 a.m. for them. So we'll put it back to live. And of course, 14:22 is their time right now. That is what we see. Next one, because we're there. I don't know if we'll be able to see it from the other shot, but I'm going to refresh this one. This is the seismic stuff for Taupur, and there we go. We're seeing what we've got on that chart. Nothing too elaborate going on there. It's relatively quiet. And seeing the from the 20th there, they did have that one quake, but little guys. So really nothing major going on as far as what we see seismically there. And for those who want the seismic map, I'm going to drop it in the chat again. This is the link for it, so there you go. And we'll go to our live cam here for this is from Sun Court Hotel and Conference Center, and we are looking across Taupur Lake, and way off in the back there is where Merapi, no, not Merapi, Ruapehu is back there. It's back there with the snow on it. Anyway, here's these guys. Oh, they're driving on the wrong side of the road again. They're gonna hurt themselves doing that. My God. Anyway, it's for me, it's a little odd when we look at this. And of course, here in North America, we drive on the right side of the road. And they drive on the left side of the road. So a little bit different there. And it's always interesting to see that. I guess it is what you get used to for the most part. I'm not sure how most right-handed people would be shifting gears in a standard car, though. That'd be pretty rough. I guess you'd get used to it. Let's carry on though. Next one should be, let me get over there, and that should be our wonderful Semeru. So before I do that, let me, actually I can, I gotta fix that. Gonna put this one back. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. There we go. I put this one back to here, to the lenticular cloud. Too cool. Anyway, and now we will go over and we'll take a look at our Semeru and see what we've got. Thank you, Tom, for that 5-minute warning. And we'll switch it over to Semeru. And there is what we are seeing for Semeru today. And it is doing its thing. It's off in the distance. We do see the area down on the bottom here. Of course, that is where the flow comes through when they've got those nasty flows coming down off of the mountain. This is one of the spots. We had done a time lapse on that. We have that pyroclastic flow going right through there, which was pretty awesome when we seen that. Anyway, that video is in our archives if you guys ever want to watch it. Let's go back in time though and see what we've had here. If we take a quick peek, and there really doesn't look like there's all that much coming off of it. Let's see if we can get a little closer. There we go. And it's not showing a heck of a lot of activity right now. It too looks like it had a lenticular cloud building on top of it, and it really does. I wonder if this is the season for lenticular clouds. Anyway, we'll back up a little bit more. Still no lava visible or anything like that, and not there either. And we're getting into the nighttime. That is 3:41 a.m. There right now. Wow, at that time. And this is even earlier, and we don't see anything really happening for the most part. Again, it seems to have that lenticular cloud sitting on top, and that's about it. I don't know if there was really a glow, but let's get back to some business stuff here though. This will be a little bit better for you. We did see there's some glow, and they did zoom in on it, and we will go ahead a little bit and show you what that looked like, and 5 seconds at a time here. And they did switch to there's a meteor for those who missed that. That was pretty cool, and that is neat to have another one. We have seen a double one there before, so pretty cool, pretty awesome. Let's see if we can make that go a little bit faster here for when they switched it. That would be right about here. Let's see if that is closer, or should be very close. Anyway, it got dark here for some reason, and then they turned it back to the night mode and zoomed in. So that is pretty cool. There's the glow, and of course you have a star in the background flickering. That is not a UFO, unless somebody is flying a drone around up there, but I don't think that is. Anyway, that was pretty awesome, and they zoomed right in on it. Let's see if they changed it back to color or not. I don't think they did. There's a better shot of the lava flow, and of course the caldera, the bowl sits up top here, and then that is pouring out over top. You can see some of that material leaving. So big glow. Yep, lots of bacon in there. And let's see, did we have really a good looking bacon? I want to get to the end of that where we did have the better looking bacon. That is a fair amount of material coming out though, and that's when they switched it back to color, and that's a pretty nice shot in color as well. So and I don't think it really did anything major after that, but it does show us some of that wonderful bacon flowing, and then the camera went wonky, and wonky like our donkey. There we go. I'll leave it as that, and put that back on live, and we'll pop over, have a look at this. Now, this is, I didn't go through this very well. This is Krakatoa, or Krakatoa. Of course, there you can see the islands. If we zoom in on that a little bit, we do see, hang on, let's do it that way. There we go. There's a Krakatoa, and of course the original volcano, that's part of the caldera there. So the baby one here, son of Krakatoa, is Krakatoa, and sitting inside. So pretty cool, pretty awesome, and satellite image of Krakatoa volcano showing the active cone and recent flows of of the West. Okay, December 15th is when that was from. Let's see what else we've got. They also have on there charts here from seismic signals from Krakatoa over the past month, and they're really not getting into our December stuff at all, so they're a little bit behind, but that is okay. And of course, I'm not sure which one is that. Oh, that's Krakatoa. So that is actually a pretty nice shot. Seeing that come out, that would be a pretty nice. Spikes with colors. Yeah, we like these spikes better. That is pretty awesome. And of course, you can see all that stuff over at volcanodiscovery.com. Anyway, let's go back to that one. It is break time for me, you guys, so we will leave it there. And that covers our Malaysian and Indonesian stuff. We know that Taal is not doing anything right now, and they don't have the video going on it. But we're going to put you back over to Etna, and there it is. That is current. Etna is doing its thing as far as lava flow is concerned. And that, of course, is coming from the fissure at 2,800 meters. And that would be about it. And for right now, I'm going to say, hey, for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please help us out. We are definitely trying to get over that 100 mark. It is free. It doesn't cost you anything. And if you're liking the show, by all means, give it a quick bop. Also, if you're sitting on the outsides and you have not yet subscribed, do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break, and I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Keep smiling, be good, and I'll be back. Thanks. And there we go. I've got that microphone back on. And welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board here. And I was just looking at something else, and I thought it was another little tidbit that would be kind of interesting. Just to throw that back in here real quick. And let's go over and thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes and Kananaskis Country. And Scott, what happened to you? No, I don't think so. I can walk on it, but my whole foot is bruised really bad. I'm going to have it checked out tomorrow. It's been 5 days since it happened. Better late than never. Oh boy. Yeah, you better get that checked out there. And Mummy Mus, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And thank you, Kevin Haynes, for the welcome back. And Scott Hartman, appreciate you guys. Got Sue and Kananaskis, thanks. So all good, and hopefully you'll get that looked at. Anyway, what we're looking at on the screen here, that is Villarrica, a volcano. And that is something very fascinating there. As it blew and popped, you can see the arrows are pointing at the escaping gases as this thing popped on the 19th is the date on that. So yesterday at 5:47 in the morning. And I thought that was a pretty cool thing. Tipped my motorcycle on my ankle. Oh boy, Scott, that would hurt. Okay, I get it. And yeah, you better go get that checked out. That is one of those things you could, because you got a lot of bones in your foot, and you need to go check them out and see if you did happen to break something. That is not good, because if they have to re-break it to set it, that could cause some discomfort as well. Anyway, so Villarrica definitely has some explosive eruptions, and that is what we're seeing there. So just wanted to let you guys have a peek at that. I don't think they had any other. That doesn't look like it's. That's orange salt drink. It's not beer. Okay, anyway, that is all that we've got there. So that was the explosive activity that continues there. It's a Strombolian style of volcano. So the ejecta to about approximately a height of 100 meters above the main vent. And we can see what it was doing there. So pretty awesome, pretty cool. And of course this thing is 9,340 feet tall, or 2,847 meters. So pretty cool looking, and that is some of the activity that we would have seen there. Let's carry on. Let's go over to Japan, and we'll see what we've got going on there. Japan doesn't look very happy. At least there's no snow on the wonderful Sakurajima today. And at least we're not seeing any. I'm trying to find it in my volcano list. Here we are. By the way, the ice cream boat is in. I can see the antenna right there, and the smokestacks. So you guys can go get an ice cream if you like. And that is pretty cool. And it's not moving yet, so you still have time to run down there. Anyway, down the road, down there at the lights, hang a left, and you'll be there in no time. Let's take a look there, and this is a little closer shot. Of course, that is looking at Sakurajima from what they call their close-up view. It does look pretty nice, but hazy clouds, that kind of stuff. Didn't see too much activity there today. I did kind of check a few times, and this was earlier when the birds were flocking around. We did see a little bit of bubbling up there as far as cloud or exhaust gases. Nothing too serious. And if we went back into some earlier times there, at times it got very hazy, very cloudy looking. And what about right here is where I want to go. And there is just right at sunset, or sunrise I mean, the sun is lighting up the exhaust gas coming out of there. If we go back though a little bit further, I did see that there is definitely a glow in the crater. We don't see it at that shot, but if we go back just a little bit more there, you can definitely see that there is some magmatic activity down there in that caldera. So this is not because of this light here, that is because we are seeing it there. If we go back a little bit further, we can still see it even with the light off, which is preferred, and nice clear sky at that point in time, and a wonderful glow coming out of the crater at Sakurajima. Just no lava. That's the key thing that we look for, is of course the lava flows and the eruptive activity. But going back a little bit further, this is about 28 minutes after midnight their time, and you can still see that glow in here. So definitely that magma is sitting there bubbling and churning inside that caldera. We just need some pressure to get it out of there. That would really, really be awesome. Let's put that back on live and pop over to the other one. And I'm wondering if we can see any of that. The other camera, unfortunately, doesn't go into color mode. It goes into black and white at night. And that doesn't let us see the lava as well. But here it is. That is the very close-up cam, or crater cam as they call it. This is at 1:03 a.m. and you can see that there is definitely something cooking in that pot, and that is pretty awesome. And yep, I would recommend that. Yeah, Rusty, you're right. Scott, go get the doctor to check out and take some X-rays. I wonder if the birds know what Sakurajima is going to blow. I wonder, okay, I could learn to spell Sakurajima, 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 and there, Sue did it. That's excellent. That works. Sakurajima. Hey, it's tough to speak a foreign language. Oh, some of them are, put it this way, Rusty, some of them are easier than others, okay? Depending on where you are and what you're doing. And some of those Hawaiian calderas are really hard to pronounce, too. Like for the Kilauea as an example, that one is, for the life of me, just every time I try to read it, it just doesn't come out right. Anyway, that is what was going on there. If we go ahead a little bit in time, we do see it continued to do exactly what it was doing, off-gassing fairly heavily, and the glow was present for the most part. So pretty awesome to see that. That is at 4:27 a.m. and that is pretty cool. And then of course we get back into daylight, and that is what it looks like. So it's still got that lava underneath all that cloud and ash and smoke and everything else, and here we are back to live. So definitely is active. It's just we are not seeing so much coming out of it, unfortunately. I'd like to see more lava. And next one, of course, is our Suwanosejima, and that one's pretty hard to spell too. especially when my screen, actually, let me show you here. There, that's what it looks like. Can you spell that? it's in it's in Chinese or Japanese. My bad. That is Japanese. My apologies. Yeah, I don't know the difference between the two because I don't speak either. Anyway, that is Suwanoshijima, and if we go back in time a little bit, couple hours, we can see if it was doing anything. 6:45 a.m. Some smoke coming out of there. Looks like it was raining in the area as well. If we go back another 3-4 hours, let's go 3 hours. I want to see if there was a glow, and no, we aren't seeing anything glowing there. I'll go to about the 7-hour mark, and nothing there, and that brings us to 3:38 a.m. Their time. We didn't see anything popping or anything glowing, and that is a little further back, 2:17 in the morning, and it's glowing over here a little brighter, but I don't know what's causing that. Maybe a moon or something. And when we go a little further back, we do see, and that is still lit up there. Let's just go back some more since we're curious. This is 11.5 hours ago, roughly. Yeah, looks like just clouds in here with some moonlight on them. All right, let's keep going, and we will take a look at what else we got. Ooh, that's not a very happy shot. And of course, that is supposed to be Mount Fuji, and I don't see anything of the mountain sort. It's hiding behind clouds. Yep, I don't think we're going to be able to see it today at all, so I'm not going to worry about that guy. Next place that we want to go is, of course, Yellowstone. And Yellowstone has got a blizzard happening. I was watching earlier, and Old Faithful was trying to do its thing, and it was horrible there. Lots of big snowflakes and stuff like that. Unfortunately, this one we can't go back in time, so that is kind of a drag. But hey, that's what we've got. And that is what we were seeing, and yeah, it's not the greatest, but it is there. Bad habit are what are hard. Bad habits are hard to break. Yep, and Sakurajima. Thanks, Doc and Sue, and you should be able to do that. And try Suwanoshijima. That's not very much harder. It's pretty much just sound it out, and you'd be good. Sorry, I should not laugh. You are accident prone. Don't have accidents with motorcycles. Anyway, looking here, you see these trees are whipping around like crazy. Like I said, I'm not kidding. There's a blizzard happening there in Yellowstone. So anyone wants to go to a Yellowstone, you can type in a Yellowstone or Jellystone, and you can bring up this wonderful embedded video, as well as the maps and all the other still pictures that they have on that site, and the cameras that are well, still cams, but still worthy of having a look at during the daytime, definitely. And just type in a Yellowstone or Jellystone, and then you'll get it. I'm going to type in a Yellowstone just so that link comes up. Whoop, let's try that again. Yellowstone. There we go. And that'll bring up the link. And thanks for the 5-minute warning. Not that I would be able to drive a motorcycle, Sue. I don't like motorcycles either. I think they look cool, but they're noisy, at least with the straight pipes. I hear some wonderful motorbikes that are quiet and beautiful looking machines. A lot of them are really, really nice. It's just when at 2 o'clock in the morning on a nice summer night, you got your windows open, and all you hear outside is going down the roads. I kind of got a Hey, Joseph Fields is here. Joseph Fields, Texas. Welcome. I'm glad to have you on board, Joseph. And all cool. And nice to see you. And best of the season to you and all that stuff. Anyway, let's carry on to our next one. And I do believe that is Hawaii. So let's see real quick what we've got cooking at Hawaii. I gotta find the Hawaiian screen. It's the, which one is it? It's the one with that on it. Okay. Let's see if we can locate that. Let's try this one. Okay, I found it. Anyway, there is the lava pond that is in, hang on, what volcano are we at? Kilauea. Had to think about that. Anyway, what I want to point out here is you see this little flow area here, this kind of rough stuff, that is fresh flow, and that happened just recently, and during the course of the night. So we do have activity there within the lava pond in Kilauea's crater, and this is from later on. Our current picture, so you can see some of that is kind of bubbled up a little bit over here. I don't know what's going to happen to this now, because it's not getting the rest of it molten. It's coming up underneath here. I have no idea how that was going to work in the future. Quick shot from the other direction. So primary vent used to be over here, the little hornito here, which we can't even see. There's your lava pond. Barely see it because of all the smoke and the sun being over there. But yep, lots of smoke. Let's take a look at what it is now. This is the current picture, and that looks a lot better. You can see the primary vent, the hornito, which is no longer working, the lava tube, which is no longer supplying, would have been underneath here, and that is what we've got. So kind of makes you wonder. We don't see too much smoke. We still have some up here though. Very interesting to see that. And around the back edges, a little bit of smoke, and looks like a little bit coming out up there. So odd, but it is there. It's notable. Anyway, let's have a look at the thermal, and this is kind of the pattern or shape that I was talking about. Is right there in the lava pond, and that is kind of weird. We do see some hot spots. So yep, Kilauea is not out of the game yet. This was from 9:16 this morning Hawaii time. Let's refresh it. This is current, and of course you can see the temperatures. It is definitely way up there, 140 150 degrees Celsius is what the temperatures are of that little puddle there, if you want to call it that. And that was delivered earlier during the night. So very cool to see that, and very interesting. Let's pop over to the other one real quick, and that was the picture from last night at 21:01. And that is the caldera of Mauna Loa. You notice there's nothing there. And yep, that ain't working. It's not refreshing. Let's go to the other ones though. And of course, this is what I used for our screen today, for the shot, the thumbnail. That is the USGS shot of Fisher 3 from the backside. And you happen to notice all that snow. And even over on Mauna Loa, Mauna Kea, a lot of snow in the background there as well. So that was kind of something I thought, hey, it'd be worthy of having a quick shot. Let's scroll down. I want to get this into a better shot. There we go. Now we can scroll down a little bit and look at some of these other ones. And we see this one from 1542 is the time of that picture. That's Fisher 3. And definitely looking at it, or northeast, northwest rift zone, they call it. Northeast rift zone is what they're calling it. Yeah, so snow and cold up top there. There's another shot with a lot more snow, and definitely lets you know that it is cold up there. And of course, this is our flow, and you can see the flow out in the background here. That was what was coming down the hill, but didn't make it to Saddle Road, which is right along here. We do see a truck right there, and some cars boogieing along, another truck. So pretty awesome, but yep, nothing really serious. And yeah, there's one that'll make you cringe, eh? That is ice. And this is from up on Mauna Kea, looking over at Mauna Loa. Except for it's a little on the frosty side. And the other ones weren't all that great. Here is the what is that? That's the Mauna Kea's caldera shot. We don't see a heck of a lot there, and those are older pictures, so we're all good with that. And this one was from when today at 15:55 things look a little bit better. So yeah, not too bad. Most of it I think is melting, and that is kind of nice. We do still see some remnants of snow in the distance here, though. Neat stuff, and like the pictures. So again, this one, if you guys want to go to that site, I'm going to copy and drop that link down there. You guys can have a look at that all the way through USGS or .gov volcanoes Mauna Loa /webcams, or Mauna-Loa webcams. Anyway, we'll leave that be, and we'll put it back on our starting shot. And of course, that was this guy, so I know what I'm looking at. And on that friendly note, actually, we'll put it back on this one. That way I know what we're looking at. We'll leave it there. It does look like it is break time, so when we come back from the break, we will take a look at some earthquakes around the world, and then we'll get on to doing our weather stuff. And we see another quake right there. That's kind of interesting on the Wanda Fuca plate. Really cool. Just sent email to you, just a bit of fun. Okay, wonky donkey, we'll take a look at that and see what we've got going on. But I do have to take my break before I have a peek. And anyway, we'll take a look. We'll put you back onto the lava. Hopefully that is working. And there it is, Sicily, Mount Etna. A little bit fuzzy, but hey, we're looking a long distance. So and looking into a lava field, always difficult to get focus. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, we are only about 4 away from getting over that 100 mark. Please, if you haven't hit that like button, help us out. Let's get it over at that 100. And on that friendly note, also, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing if you haven't done that yet. All right, I'm going to go take that break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in a very cold Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it is a balmy minus 32 degrees Celsius right now, according to the computer. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Don't freeze, or don't go away either. I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and of course, you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. And I see Geoplanet Jane made it in. Welcome, and glad to have you on board. And yep, I have been watching that weather. You are cool over there. It's cold here, minus 32 degrees Celsius. So, yep, and thank you for the welcome backs from Scott Hartman and Sue Hayes and Canonescus Country. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Alrighty, and that is awesome. Anyway, let's continue on with some of our other good stuff that we want to look at. And we'll see what we can pop out here and see. Okay, so earthquakes is what I mentioned. And let's go over to the earthquake maps. And we'll get on the right ones. So, of course, the big news there today was the stuff that we had actually not too far away from Geoplanet Jane. And we still have a thinned out of blood over here. Yeah, thinned out of blood. Yeah, I guess that would do it. Anyway, you may recognize that area there, Jane. I'm going to actually put a street map up so you can see. And the big one for today was this one at 3:34 a.m. I doubt that you felt it, but it was a 6.4 out in Ferndale, California. And if we zoom in, you can see where it is there, not too far away from Eureka, which is just a little further up, Ferndale being over here, and they definitely got nailed. They are still getting some aftershocks over there, 2.2 just recently at 1838, 18.1 kilometers down for that one. So that is kind of what we've got there. And of course, that newer one here right on the Juan de Fuca plate, and that is a 4.6, of course, from 1822, 10 kilometers down, because they don't know how deep it really is. Let's take a look, though, at our Hawaiian Islands. There they are. And, of course, that is pretty neat and awesome. We're going to zoom in a little bit. We'll put it back on the satellite image here. A little easier for me to spot them. Anyway, Luihi Seamound is way out here. This one here is a 2.5 from 1128, and that is 31.4 kilometers down for him. And of course, these ones here in Hawaii or in the Pahala area are all between 26 and 37 kilometers down, so we won't mention the depths. Anyway, 2.1, 1331 for that guy, 1.9 from 1327. This one being fairly close to Pahala itself. And that is a 2.3 from 1219. And this one over in the orchards on the other side, on the northern end, and that is 1.9 from 1320. Sliding over a bit more, looking at the other ones. This one 2.2, sliding down the hill, 1:16 a.m. for him. Smaller one, 1.7, 7:59 a.m. And then we've got this guy, 2.6 from yesterday at 21:41. And that one is same depth. Yeah, it's within the margins. And there we go for 2.3 from 16:16. Thor renewed. Are we there yet? Thor, that's awesome. Thanks for renewing, and I hope so. We'll get there sometime soon. And anyway, here's Kilauea, and we only see one quake. It's a 1.9 from 6:10 a.m., 7 kilometers down below sea level for that guy. So that's pretty quiet. We've got nothing again up on Mauna Loa. So very interesting to see that. And we'll zoom back out, take a look at the rest of the world real quick. I think we should start up with this 5.2 over here in Antigua, and that was 10 kilometers down from 528 this morning, and that is a little further over, so I'm sure that would have scared a few people over there. And let's see here, this one, Peru, 4.7, and that was at 7:14 a.m., 11.3 kilometers down for him. We don't see anything else there, but we do see some plate shift stuff going on, and this one here, right on the edge of the Aztec plate, and that is 4.7 from yesterday at 1958, and then we've got 5.0 from 1957, and then this is an older one from the 14th, 4.9. So we won't mention that, so we'll leave that be. Let's take a look at our New Zealand area, see what we've got going on. New Zealand itself does not have any quakes, but as soon as we get over here on the Kermadec Ridge, we do see this one, 5.4, Kermadec Islands, and that is from 938, 45.3 kilometers down. Then we've got this one here, they consider that Tonga, 5.2, and that is from 1613, 10 kilometers down. This one is out in Fiji, I think. No, Wallis and Fortuna. There we go, and that is 2:09 a.m. For him, and 10 kilometers down for that. Then we've got three, and they're all looking fairly small, 4.6. 1936 yesterday, 513 kilometers down. This one is a 4.4, Papua New Guinea, 35 clicks down from 7:17 a.m. And this one is from 5:15 a.m., 109.5 kilometers down. Looking over here in Indonesia, not too far away from Semeru, and that is this guy here, 4.5, and it's 11:05 a.m., 84.1 kilometers down for that guy. Don't see too much else other than up here. Myanmar had a 4.3 from 1421, 10.9 kilometers down. We don't see anything going up in Japan or up here in the Corals, or even the Kamchatka Peninsula. Very, very little old quakes there in the Aleutian Islands. We do see this little guy here, 3.1, and that was from 1856, 37 kilometers down for him. Then looking down here, we do see this one. Reunion Island is right about there, and that should be Heard Island down here. So this guy, 4.9, and Southwest Indian Ridge is what they call that. 11:02 is the time on it, 10 kilometers down for him. And that is basically it for our quakes and shakers over there. Let's take a look at our next little area, and of course that is here in the Canary Islands. And just zooming out a little bit, looking up at the top, we do see a new star flashing, 2.6, happened at 22 minutes after midnight at their time. So they're in the future, and that is about I guess that would be an hour and 22 minutes ago. No, an hour ago. So that is pretty new. Nice to see, and I missed how deep that was. Darn it. I didn't see. And 3 kilometers down for that one, and that was, like I say, 22 minutes down, or 22 minutes after midnight at their time. Let's zoom into La Palma, our area of interest. We do see this little swarm out here. It's kind of interesting to see that happening just on the edge of the island. I would more suspect that they would be up here, but hey, if we're going to have an eruption, let's have it out in the water. Why not? Then we can stand on the shore and just film it. That'd be pretty awesome. Looking at what we got though, let's see, there's 3 of them. So this guy here, 1.1, 11 kilometers down from 4:23 a.m. Next one is a 1.2, 5:05 a.m., 10 kilometers down, same area. And then the third one, 1.6, 10 kilometers down from 5:42 in the morning, and no other activity present at the time. So that's in this little group. So if there is, well, there is a little seamound here, and I'm wondering if that is actually something that we may want to investigate in the future. Let's go over to our volcano map, though, and see what it is doing. And we'll get rid of some of that advertising and make it all disappear. And there we go. We'll slide over. And as we mentioned previously or yesterday, we do not see anything in Iceland considered to be active. So we don't have any more yellow cones there. Our two here in the Azores are still considered to be going, and of course that's São Jorge and Terceira. And Michael, a volcano down here in the South Sandwich Islands, is still there, looking at our stuff, and that is Villarrica is still being active, so that's pretty cool. And we are seeing these other guys are all pretty normal. Lascar still an orange, and Sabancaya still there acting up. And this is all pretty much normal that we see through Central America, and even out here Fernandina and the Galapagos Islands. So that is pretty cool. Zoom back out, slide over, take a look and see what we've got. And they have changed. Okay, White Isle volcano is back to a yellow. It was an orange, then it was gone, and now it's a yellow again. Taupo is still there. And of course, what happened? Home Reef volcano is gone, and Tofua is still on the mark and on the map. Vanuatu is still pretty normal. Looks like this is normal here in the Solomons, as well as in Papua New Guinea. So nothing new there. And our old standard ones here, Luolatok, are still there. Raung, I don't hear anything about it. We know the other one on Bali has been removed. And then Semeru, and of course Merapi and Krakatoa are still showing there. Don't ever hear anything about Barren Island volcano or any of the other ones. Sinabang still there, and I'm not going to worry about it. Ibu and Dakono are still doing their thing. Still a yellow for, an orange for Taal. And Mayon and Bulusan are still there as well. Don't see anything new there. And Ahai is still there. And this Nishoshima, is it Nishinoshima? There we go. I had to get that out. They changed it from an orange to a yellow, so it too has calmed down. And Suwanoshijima and Sakurajima are still doing their thing. Rusty Bolts, if you're in here, that is how you spell Suwanoshijima. I know, not so easy to spell, but and Sakurajima is there. So that's the those two. And of course, we are missing our friend here, which is Chikarachki. Ibiko's still there, and Alade is still there, and then of course Karimsky still doing its thing, Bezimiani, Shivulush, and then of course the other one that I am still not able to pronounce, so it is still there. And then nothing new on our Aleutian Islands either. Sliding down real quick, just double check. Yep, nobody has stolen the gold from Erebus yet. And Heard Island, the volcano still down there. And we know Piton del Fornes has been removed from Reunion Island. Well, the volcano hasn't been removed. It's been removed from our list. if they took the volcano, the island would disappear, okay? Anyway, pretty normal. There's nothing new happening there. Of course, Etna, Volcano, and Stromboli are there, so that is all we've got. And quick peek at the global seismicity. I'm going to refresh that guy. Remember what I said yesterday, that we will in all likelihood see a larger earthquake happen, and you know, because it's been quiet too long. Well, there they are. So we've got, according to this, two that were just about 6.6s, and that is interesting. iMonk CND. What? iMonk CND. I hope iMonk isn't here. Irish Monk. We haven't seen Irish Monk. That is where is he? We don't know, Jane. I've sent an email. I didn't get a response, so I'm hoping he is okay. Anyway, current seismic activity level is high, according to what they are seeing at volcanodiscovery.com. So I'm going to put that back on this map so I can find it later. And it is just about a break time. Let's see, it is a break time. So before we get into the weather, and I think what I'll do is refresh that real quick. One thing I want to point out real quick, hey, a lot more blue showing up here in the North American areas, or Northern Hemisphere, I should say. So pretty awesome. And even here in Oregon, a lot better. Anyway, on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. For those good people who are here, if you're enjoying the show and you have not yet hit that like button, please do help us out, and that would be really, really awesome of you. And for those that haven't subscribed yet, would be the weather is real interesting right now. You bet, Geoplanet Jane. And for those who need to know, we have a bunny eating. And on screen you have Mount Etna at Sicily. This is the lava flow from the vent at 2,800 meters up, and that brings it to about 7,000 feet almost, something like that. So it's well up there, and that is the flow coming out of there right now. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. I see we hit the 100 mark in likes. That is excellent. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate that. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to go for a break. And after 5 to 6 or 7 minutes or whatever it is, we'll be back, and we'll take a look at our SO2 map around the world. And then we'll get into a quick look at the weather and go from there. So thanks, everyone. Stick around. More to come. And keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. And careful on the slopes of that wonderful volcano, especially at night. It's dangerous. Don't want to fall into a lava pit. All right. I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. That microphone is back on. And all good. We do see one bunny eating, which is really cool. And thank you from the welcome backs from LOL, Gemma, Super Kitty 3, and it says C and D. C and D. How about Claire and David? And welcome, and glad to have you on board. Also, thank you, Sue and Thor. Glad to have you back. And let's see, what we got going on here? Rusty Bolts, are you drinking whiskey? And thank you, Canon Askus Country. And welcome, Doctor, from Geoplanet Jane. Thank you, Jane. That is all awesome. And okay, my question is, what's in that iced tea there, C&D boy? And Old Mummy of Hamsters says, welcome back, Uncle Doc. Thank you, Old Mummy of Hamsters. All right, let's get over. Sharon Stir says, I hear you, DrFox2000. All awesome. And that is cool. It's my kid's oldest, oldest YouTube, LOL. Okay, that is pretty cool. Gin, I think. Oh, they're tipping gin into that, that tea. Okay. That would explain things. Thanks, Jane, for letting me know that. Anyway, let's go over to our SO2 map, and we will see what we've got happening there. And as I kind of mentioned, it does look like we had a little bit of a reprieve there as far as our SO2 going around the planet. So that is kind of looking a lot better when we see out here around Hawaii in a big blue patch. I'm happy to see that. That means we're going to see some more blue skies in North America soon. And hopefully that will be okay. But as you can tell, most of Canada, as well as most of the United States, has still got a fair chunk of SO2. And of course, that is compliments of Mauna Loa. And we do see it is starting to clear out here. Oregon looking pretty good. Idaho and part of Montana, as well as Nevada, starting to look good. Same with the northern portions of California. So a little less SO2 there. And the same thing goes for down here in Georgia and the panhandle of Florida, and into South Carolina. But we do still see Popocatépetl and Mexico City, of course, putting out a very large amounts of SO2, and some of that is streaming across the Gulf of Mexico. The way the air currents are right now, I don't know exactly what is happening there, if some of that is being circulated out and back in into the Pacific. And of course, we see here in Colombia, and of course down in Ecuador, they are producing a lot of SO2 there, and that seems to be mulling around this area. Hopefully it won't sit there for too long and starts to dissipate a little bit. We do see a lot of stuff going back into Argentina from Chile, only a little bit getting out into the Atlantic. And I'm noticing increased areas down here in the Antarctic areas. I wonder if that is due to a melt that is going on there, but we are definitely seeing it. And sliding in, looking at White Isle volcano in New Zealand, definitely continuing. And Tofua out here in Tonga, and maybe Tofua and Hunga Ha'apai, but we aren't sure if that one is producing as well. And of course, Vanuatu area. Major ones here are Yasur and Aoba are doing their thing. I'm not sure how much is coming out from Gaoa, however you say that one. But that is what we've got there. Pretty normal looking there in the, let's get a Papua New Guinea area. And the weather is making everything kind of streak upwards. So Luolatok doing its thing. And we are seeing Semeru, of course, creating this. Merapi is this one. And not sure how much is coming from Jakarta as opposed to Krakatoa, but that is that Krakatoa, not Krakatoa. Anyway, that's going over here. And what is it? Ibu and Dakona making that. And then, of course, we see a little bit more from Mayon and Bulusan over here. And hard to tell with all the people pollution over here in the Philippines. But we do have Taal a volcano, which is kind of short, but it is there. China, again, still producing quite a bit of the SO2 going all the way up. And it's going right through North Korea, South Korea, and those areas. Not seeing so much from Suwanoshijima. We are still seeing a little bit of a plume here, that darker area that is from Sakurajima. And of course, some of the other areas, Tokyo and so on, definitely got some off-gassing. And, you know, for taking away a volcano, they sure have more SO2 now there from our trio. That's now only a duet there. And that is, oh, hang on, what is it? Ibiko and Alade sitting there. And then the other one's on the Kamchatka Peninsula. But we do see that wonderful blue starting to mess back into the stuff. So really, really awesome to see that. And India, pretty normal as far as SO2. Same thing with South Africa from the gold mining or smelting. And still the same thing happening there in Africa. In DR Congo area, 2 volcanoes doing their thing and some coking plants. And starting to look a lot better in these areas. We can see some blue over top of our wonderful Sahara Desert there. Over here we'd have Urta Ale, but hard to tell if what's coming from it with all the other pollution still present, some of it still being from Mauna Loa, and of course some being new stuff from the oil refineries that we have in Kuwait, Jeddah, and Jeddah. Is it Jeddah? And of course Kuwait, Baghdad area there. And of course looking here, what we see is from Mount Etna, and that is what Etna is producing. Was looking and trying to find out how much is coming out of Volcano, but we don't see very much there. And Stromboli, of course, is creating that other little plume right there. And really, the only other things are the residual stuff that we see. These big blue spots, of course, are caused by a lot of rain showers in the area, and that's what we're seeing. Looks like that low is moving northward, and will probably head over across Scotland here. But seeing a little bit of blue in Iceland again is nice, since they've been overrun by a lot of that stuff. And more blue coming, so that'll be good for them. Let's get over onto the other map here real quick. And I know this is probably going to take too long here, but I'm going to go for it. We're going to finish it off without a break, and we'll see. Air-wise, Tokyo has pretty clean air. Yep, for the most part, yeah, they actually do, because they care about their environment. I'm going to refresh this screen real quick and get it onto a proper time. And no need to explain, it's cold. The whiter areas are cold. Looking at Canada real quick, we are going to skip the northern areas there, because they are way too cold. Minus 33 here in Edmonton, where I am. Minus 31, 32 there in Calgary. Vancouver coming in at about -5, -8, depending on where you're standing. And out there on the rock where Bob is, -6 or -7 degrees. So that is what we've got. Oh my God, what worst phone call? Very good friend took his own life last night. Oh my God. Oh, mummy of hamsters. That is so horrible. That is so horrible. And sorry to hear that. And my condolences and all of our condolences to you and your family, friend there. And that is just a terrible, terrible news. That's not what you need for the holiday season. You know, oh, mummy of hamsters, sincerely, condolences and our heartfelt sorrow for the loss there. That's absolutely bad. Seriously, I hope things work out okay for you. And yeah, it's bad when good friends do that. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Anyway, let's keep going here for right now. And anyway, -2 in Toronto. Looks like a little bit colder on some of the areas down on the Ontario Panhandle there. And looking at what we've got, a mixed bag of stuff there. Hey, Billy Bob Joe is here. Welcome back, Billy Bob Joe. And of course, we see looks like New Brunswick a little bit warmer in some places, and we'll see what Nova Scotia seems to be fairly warm. What do you got there right now, Sue? As far as your temperature, just curious. And we see 3 and 2 and 1 and 3 degrees there. All right. That's great news. So still very warm. Nice to see that. And a little cooler out here in Newfoundland. And when we get up into Labrador, we see those colder temperatures moving in there. But the big cold, of course, is from what's going on here right now in Alberta and British Columbia, northern portions. And in southern Saskatchewan, it's just unbearably cold, and we don't like that. Anyway, about 7 degrees in Portland right now, seeing San Jose coming in at 9, Los Angeles a little bit warmer at 11 degrees. Death Valley will be somewhere in here, about 11 as well. So pretty cool, and 7 degrees in Las Vegas. Looking at what we see here, 10 degrees in Phoenix, Arizona, and 10 in Tucson, and not so bad. And then we see New Mexico is pretty quiet there too, as far as temperatures up in the north, a little on the cold side, but down on the bottom here, they are above freezing. And same thing goes for Texas, Oklahoma, not so good either. And let's see, we want to check out San Antonio real quick, about 10 degrees there. Down on the bottom here, we're only getting to about 13, 14 along the coast. Houston coming in at about 9 degrees. Houston, we've got a problem. That is too cold. And 7 in Dallas. Moving over a little bit more here, New Orleans only making it to 12. So very cold, and that cold is coming all the way down into Florida. Boy, oh boy, 23 in Miami, 24 down in that bottom end, but warm nonetheless compared to the rest of the country. It is getting pretty darn close to our longest night of the year, our shortest daytime. And let's see, Grandma B is got a 0 freezing mark right now for Grandma B in North Carolina. Moving up to New York, they are at 0 as well. Philadelphia -1. Boston coming in at -2. So pretty darn cold. Montreal -6. Quebec City -4. And sliding down, we see that cold is still in the Baja, as well as along way down into Mexico. Mexico City only making it to 10-11 degrees today. Go to Acapulco, it's a lot nicer, 27. And Cancun only making it to 24-25 today. And let's see what we've got in South America. Looks a lot warmer there for nighttime temperatures. Looks like Paraguay and northern portions here of our Argentinian area, as well as bleeding into Uruguay. Fairly decent temperatures, so they've got some warm weather, which is nice. And we're seeing Rio de Janeiro at 21 right now, nighttime or evening temperatures. So not bad there in Argentina. Looking at what we see in New Zealand, a little bit warmer than what it was yesterday, but still looking pretty chilly there, especially in the highlands. And Christchurch coming in at about 16. It looks like these other areas, so 19, 20 degrees in some spots. That's not so bad. And 21, 22, that's looking not bad. Wellington making it to 15, and then we see Hastings on this side is 18 and going up to Auckland at 24 degrees. So that is not so bad. And seeing what we've got here in Tasmania, not bad, 18 degrees in Hobart, and that's looking a little bit better. And there is Leo's house, and Leo is coming in at 27, 28 degrees there in Melbourne. That is awesome temperatures. Adelaide only about 22, and Sydney coming in about 19, 20, 21, and that is pretty awesome there. And of course Oz lives in a good place. It's 27 degrees Celsius there. That is just incredible. And we see the interior here. We've got some spots hitting that 40-degree mark, and that is pretty awesome. And there we go, down in Perth, Australia, 30, 31, 32, 33, that kind of thing. Not too bad. Going out here, Fiji, 29 degrees. Vanuatu about 29 as well. We see Papua New Guinea 29, 30, depending on where you are. And of course, it being a lot warmer there, it's nice temperatures that they have. And of course, here in Indonesia on East Java coming in at about 25, 26, 27, depending on where you're standing, 30 in the end. And the other end only about 28 over by Krakatoa, but I don't think there's that much of a difference there. You do see this storm, Darian, still working away. And thank you, Sue, for bringing up Bangkok. Looks like a little bit warmer than yesterday there, 26 degrees Celsius, 55% relative humidity. Manila coming in at about 30 degrees today, so it is their hot, rainy season. And looking at what we see in Japan, a little bit warmer on the bottom end here than yesterday. Coastal areas on the east side not so bad, but the western and northwestern sides of the island very, very cold. And South Korea, of course, about the same. Seoul coming in at 0, and does that mean it has no soul? Ha! And up in the north here, all the way up to minus 9 degrees. And looking at this cold, the low here is pulling that air in crazy, and the rest of Kamchatka Peninsula is getting the much colder temperatures. So that's coming in from the Siberian blast coming through here. And looking at Sri Lanka, 23, 24, 25, not bad. Cape Town only making it to 16 today. This high down here is pumping up some cold air, and that is probably why. Looks like the rest of the interior here of Central and South Africa pretty normal. We see the cold has returned into the desert here, and Cairo only making it to about 12 degrees today, so a little bit colder. UAE, boy, those guys are still freezing at 17, 18, 19 degrees. Oman, anywhere from 14 to about 21 degrees there. And looks like Yemen a little bit on the cold side as well. And Iraq, looking at Baghdad, 9 degrees. Istanbul coming in at 7, and there we go, looking at what we've got going on there for our wonderful Piggy. She's got very cold temperatures today, and Piggy has got 8 degrees. Oh my God, 8 degrees Celsius. Holy mackerel, the map says 13, so 8 degrees is just incredible. That is cold. It's a good thing she's got that new stove. That'll keep things warm. But, you know, it's going to change in a couple of weeks for them as things will start to warm up a little bit. Looks like Sicily, yeah, Yvonne is getting acclimatized. And we are seeing there at, let's see, we'll type that in and see what it looks like there where she is staying. That looks like about 5 or 6 degrees Celsius, and that is for Etna, and that's Radanzo, if I got that right. Ooh, 3 degrees for her there. So yeah, she's getting acclimatized to what it's like. Apparently she spent all day up on the mountain, so she was very tired. Naples coming in at 9, Rome only making it to 5, Milano coming in at 6. Milano's actually warmer today than Rome. Wow. New Irish Monkland, 4, 5, 6, depending on where you're standing, up to about 7 or 8, 9 in some spots. So not so bad, but not so good. And of course here in Portugal, and that is not bad there. And then we see down in the bottom half of Spain, kind of double digits for the most part, but you get in the northern areas, it cools off. We see the warmer air still infiltrating into France. Coastal areas here a little on the cold side. Looking at Germany, Munich at 2 degrees today, which is a lot warmer than yesterday. And 4 or 5 there in Frankfurt, and Cologne coming in at 8. Wow, balmy weather. 5, 6 degrees there in Berlin. That is better than the minus 3 or 4 that they had yesterday. And Hamburg had about minus 2, so 6 degrees is awesome. Copenhagen coming in at 5 degrees. That is pretty good for them as well. Let's take a quick look at Oslo, coming in at minus 1. That's a lot warmer than what they had. 5 degrees in Stockholm, lots warmer for them as well. And Riga over here at 2 degrees, that's better. And St. Petersburg still in the negative numbers at 6 degrees. Moscow coming in at, minus 6 degrees. Moscow coming in at minus 9. London today, I guess that would be pretty much normal winter weather, 5 degrees Celsius there. Same thing with what we're seeing. A little bit warmer here in Wales at 9 on the coast, but that is what we've got. A little colder up in Scotland, but still above freezing for the most part. Irish Monkland, and there we go, about 6 or 7 over there in Doolin, and Dublin coming in at about 5, so that is not so bad. And Burr, looking at Iceland, and yeah, minus 2. I don't know if minus 2 is what they've got, but let's just check. WR will give us their temperature, so we'll see. And it does look like it's minus 1, so not bad. Um, okay. Unfortunately, it isn't my first loss, and not even my first loss by self. Okay. It will be sad for a while, but I will be fine. And oh, mommy of hamsters, yeah, just remember life goes on, and try to get over that, and keep your chin up, and don't fall into those same ruts. And I just want to kind of add something there. Um, this is a time of year where many people do consider these things, and it's an unfortunate thing. Um, they lose the love, they lose the feeling, they lose the spirit, and it's horrible. It really is. And there's really not much you can do, especially after the fact it's done. It's and to be able to try to recognize that beforehand, though, is one of the most difficult things in the world, because people will keep it bottled up inside, and they won't share things like that with you. Unfortunately, if somebody has their mind set on taking their own life, unfortunately, they are not going to tell you if they are going to do that, and it's really horrible. I've lost several people that same way, and a good friend of mine, Mike. This is already about 26 years ago that we lost him, but he was a very nice guy. He actually worked for me for a little while, and he got himself a different job. I had no problem supporting him and getting him going with the other job and stuff, and he was doing really well. And then about a year and a half later, I figured, I haven't heard from him for a while. Let me call him, and called him up, and his wife answered and says, "Oh, you didn't know?" And I said, "No, didn't know what?" And when they told me, I was literally in shock, because I thought he was doing so well, and it happens. It happens. But anyway, let's quick peek here at our weather, and of course we know it's cold in all of Canada, and up here in Alaska as well. We do see blizzard-like conditions down in the southern areas, and that includes what I was mentioning earlier here about Yellowstone National Park. They are getting a pile of snow. That's actually over here, and I'm surprised that we're not seeing snow on this map. But we do see some rain and stuff in there as well. Those are the edges, of course, of the cold front sliding over to this side here, northern Ontario, getting nailed. And of course, that is going to cause them all kinds of problems. Looks like the southern end and most of the bottom side of the Great Lakes aren't getting so much. And looks like Sue is still getting some bad weather from this low that's out here. There it is. And hopefully that'll move over a little bit more, and you'll get some northward flow happening here again. Would be nice. Sliding down a little bit, looking at what we've got going on here. And this is in Georgia and the Panhandle, and we've got a storm sitting here. Not sure where this is going to go, but looks like Florida is getting it up in the north and the south, and Georgia, South Carolina definitely getting nailed, and we've got more stuff out here in the Caribbean islands. So hopefully that won't last too long. And we see this Central America stuff going down. A rainy season it is, and looks at the same thing as South America. And again, we have there in, boy, they are getting a lot of rain. Rio de Janeiro, it's going to turn into a jungle in this area if it keeps raining. Oh wait, that is the Amazon jungle. It's all right. Anyway, New Zealand, the warmer spots are where the rain is. No, that's actually where it's cooler. We do see that low sitting out here. That's not helping them any. They need a high to move in here and help bring or push out those lows. It is La Nina, so that all that weather that is being pushed, and I'm going to show you that triangle again. You see basically pushing over here from like that triangle. You can kind of sort of see it. So the flows of the trade winds are coming this way, giving the Philippines and all that area very heavy rains. It is what they call it a typhoon season. And looking at India, we don't see too much. They do have Sri Lanka's got kind of a storm. Bay of Bengal is pushing that down into the Indian Ocean some more. And Africa's rainy season in the central portions. Of course, we see that going across Madagascar as well. It looks dry in the Sahara Desert as well as over here in Saudi Arabia and UAE, Oman, those areas. All pretty dry, with the exception of along the coast here, and some of the smaller countries, Lebanon and Israel, and those might be getting a little bit of rain. We do see some snow here in Turkey, not too bad though. No rain at Piggy's Place, and of course Crete getting a little bit of rain there. And looking at Africa, coastal areas, a little bit of rain. Looks pretty dry in Italy until you get way up to Milano up top there. Dry in Sardinia as well. And not so bad there in Spain. A few spots here and there, same as Portugal, getting some rain there. And here into France, lots of moisture dropping, including here in Germany, lots of moisture. And looks like somebody will be skating on the streets in these areas. Hopefully they won't have too much trouble there. Looking up a little bit further north, most of Denmark not so bad. And right now Copenhagen isn't getting rain, not yet. I give it a time. And looking at the other areas here, Finland getting nailed, Sweden about 2/3 of it getting nailed, and then of course the coast of Norway. Norway is all coast, so they're getting lots of snow and stuff there. England, not so bad, and we see Wales. The areas that have the warmer temperatures seem to be the areas that are getting rain. So actually London isn't bad, but they're not getting any rain. That's pretty normal for them though. Same thing with Ireland here, and we may not see any rain there in Doolin, but certainly moving along the upper coast and the bottom coast here by Cork, definitely got some. And just brushing on to our Scotland areas there as well. We see that big low. I don't know where that's going to go, if it's going to slide in here or what it's going to do yet. There was 3 of them. Yep, there's all 3. And I don't know if they're going to play follow the leader and keep going up, but that would be nice. And of course, winter time, that shows you right there. It is a winter time, and Iceland is getting snow, and they'll get more snow. There's more coming. Look, there's more flakes all the way up here, and all the way up here by Jan Mayen and Svalbard. Jan Mayen is here, Svalbard is here. So that is what they're seeing. That's not so good. Let's go look at the temperatures again. We'll find you the coldest temperatures on the planet. We'll start out with south, our Antarctica, and I see a minus 41 right off the bat. So that is pretty chilly, but let's see, do we have a minus 42? Yep, we got a minus 42 down there, and Antarctica minus 42, and just looking at some of the other areas, I think that's about it for minus 42 there in Antarctica. Let's leave that alone, and let's go over to the northern portions of Canada and see what we've got there. And I nominate Edmonton for being one of the coldest places. Oh, hang on, it's only minus 33 here. It's cold enough. Okay, we'll take a look and see what we've got maybe in Alaska. We know, ooh, minus 47, 48 there in Alaska. That is pretty cold. Let's see if we have anything colder. 48. Oh, I seen a 9 in there. Where is it? Where's that 49? I seen it right in there. Darn it. I'm sure it was there. I seen it just for a split second. So, yeah, minus 49 is what I'm going to say for Alaska, because I did see it. Oh, there it was again. It's right in here somewhere. Let's see. All right, 48. There it is. A minus 49. Do we hear minus 50? I don't think so. Nothing over there. Nothing there. What about on this river? 44, 45. So yeah, I think a minus 49. Oh, there's a 47. Yep, I'm gonna say Alaska's a minus 49. We know here in the Yukon it does get very, very cold as well, and we'll see what we've got so far. I see a minus 47, 48 there. Let's see if we got something colder, and 46. No, that's no good. What about over here? That's all tropical. We'll see what about here. Nope. How about this area? That's pretty chilly, but not quite. Oh, here we're getting into a minus 46. Over there, minus 45. And what about way up in the north? Santa Claus is warming it up for his reindeer. So I'm going to stay with my minus 49 for both of them. So we had 45 there, 46. Anyway, that should be about a good. I don't see anything colder than a minus 49 up there, at least not right now, but that is still cold enough for me. And looking at Greenland is almost tropical right now, coming in about minus 40 there, so that's not bad. But let's take a look at the Siberian areas and see what we've got. That has got to be the coldest places that I've ever seen on the planet as far as the northern hemisphere. So minus 44, 45, 47, right in that area, 48, and yeah, minus 48 degrees Celsius. What about along these rivers here? Sometimes they get very cold as well. There's a 46. Not so bad there. Okay, 43. Warming up there. Definitely. So minus 48. So far was our cold temp. Anything cold over here? No, 41, 42. So, yep, I'm going to say a minus 48 degrees Celsius for this area over here that I seen. So 47, yeah, there's the 48 in there. So that's where I'm going to see, leave it at that. So, all right, 48, minus 48. All right, so Greenland, Doc finds a minus 40. All right, Doc finds a minus 49. And, yeah. Siberia of Doc finds, yeah, okay. What did Sue find? Oh, there's Sue's 42 in Antarctica. I think she beat me there. No, she didn't. That's a tie. Minus 49. I think she beat me there. And Canadian Arctic, she beat me. I'm only at minus 40 something or other. And Siberia minus 48, so that's a tie. All right, well, no matter what, that is cold, you guys. It is horribly, horribly cold, and hopefully everyone is going to stay a lot warmer than those temperatures. So on those notes, I think Sue might have beat me here with some of those cold temperatures. Brandon, what? No, a minus 50. Yeah, I didn't have minus 50. Sue certainly did. So that is very, very cold. I'm surprised Siberia isn't as cold today, considering the time of year. So a minus 47 really quickly, and let's see if we zoom in. Or do we find anything colder right along that river? Minus 40. Oh, there's a minus 49. So, yeah, you never know. So a minus 49 in here. Almost a minus 50. But it's still, no matter what, that's too cold, you guys. My preference is palm trees. If a palm tree can grow there, it's livable. So, FYI, 44 is the same in Celsius as Fahrenheit. Negative minus 40 is the same in Fahrenheit and Celsius. Minus 44, slightly different. Hokkaido, Japan. I don't know. But, yep, Sue, you get the hero cookies for that one, and all good. And, yep, it is minus 40 is the balance point there. That is the same in Celsius as well as minus 40 in Fahrenheit and minus 40 in Celsius. Lived through it very often, so, or have in the past. Anyway, that's it for our show for today. And thank you everyone for being here. Really, I do appreciate all of you. Let's warm up a little bit, and we'll get us flowing out of Mount Etna at 2,800 meters up. And of course, that is, I'll go feed the polar bears and all right, I'll do the penguins, Sue. You don't have to worry about them. Etna, 2,800 meters, or somewhere around 7,000 feet in elevation, where that fissure is located, and that lava continues to flow out. And thank you, everyone, for being here today. Of course, it is Tuesday, the 20th of December, so only a few more days until Christmas. And we're going to play everything by ear. It's going to be very, very cold here for the next few days. Tried a super chat message twice, failed. Rusty Bolts, I don't know why. We'll try again. All right, Rusty Bolts. Maybe you don't have enough millions in there on the end of it. I don't know if you can do a super chat or not, but no problem. I am seeing that my thing said error, not receiving enough data bits here. So something must have dropped for a second. Hopefully everything will come back. And yep, it did. So, and well, actually I'm putting out, there goes, it cleared. And so something must have dropped off for a minute or so. But we should be back to a normal transmission right now. Are you streaming on Christmas Day? Sue, I'm kind of playing it by ear, but go and do that. Do a stream. I don't know about Christmas Eve, and I really did want to go do the Candy Cane Lane run. But right now, with the temperatures of what they are and my van being frozen, it's going to be kind of hard to come up with a solution for that. So we'll see what happens. Freezing point 32F is freezing. Okay, now something weird's going on because I'm still sending the proper amount of bit rates. Oh, now they dropped a little bit. But that thing is still coming on here. Hopefully the no buffering there. Anyway, we'll see what happens. We'll check tomorrow, see if we get a little bit better. And Rusty Bolts, wow, thank you. That came through. And thank you very kindly, Rusty. Rusty Bolts. Got that written down, and thank you very kindly for that 20-pound super chat. That is awesome, and I really do appreciate that support, Rusty. And you're a very kind person, and thank you for trying it again. And really does make things a little better, I think, for me. Thank you very kindly. I do appreciate that wonderful support, Rusty. So anyway, on those friendly notes, I'm going to basically wrap it up here. So, pardon me. Super chatters today, of course, Leo Carlson and Rusty Bolts. Thank you guys for your generous super chats. Also, a big thank you to Oz and Kevin Haynes for each gifting a membership. That was awesome of you. And that is it for that list. Also, a big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies hiding in the background somewhere, as well as some of the other ones. We had Joseph Fields, Texas in as well. Thank you. And of course, Lucas Snow sometimes pops in as well as some others. Also, a big thank you for Sue for helping out, sending me that great info on some of those volcanoes. Appreciate that, and thanks for playing along with the cold game as well as the other stuff. And I really do appreciate it. So all awesome. And on that friendly note, of course, we'll be streaming tomorrow. Got it with no message, but just wanted to say you're all good folks, and I wish there were more of you. Why, thank you, Rusty Bolts, and we do appreciate it. And you know, it is a big happy lava family here. We do appreciate each and every one of you. I see it's telling me it's dipped down again here. Even though I'm watching my bit rates, they're not going down. So I wonder if YouTube has got some issues somewhere along the line. And it is one of those things. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, be good, and we'll find out more tomorrow if what's going to happen here in the next few days. Christmas is coming upon us fairly quickly. And of course, Saturday is Christmas Eve. Sunday will be Christmas Day, and we'll see how things go at that point. It's supposed to warm up a little bit by, I think, a Thursday here. So we'll try to do what we can, and hopefully maybe if the weather gets nice enough Thursday night, I really wanted to see if we could do a candy cane lane run. But if it's bitterly cold like what it is now, I don't think we're going to be able to do that, and it all depends on whether I can get my van going. That is the important part. It is plugged in, it's got a charger on it. We'll see what happens. So for right now, I'm going to just leave it as that. We'll leave everything open, and we'll see what goes. A big thank you to all of you for being here, all part of that wonderful Lava family. So be good, take care of yourselves, and of course, please, most of all, remember these words. Please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Be good, stay kind, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. Oink, oink. Good night.